Hey everybody, it's Tyler. That's me. So recently, the internet has gone absolutely dog shit crazy, taking a lot of assumptions and putting words into mouths of people that did not actually say those things just so that they could get the hype cycle moving even more. Okay, hi everybody, it's Tyler McVicker. How are we doing today? We're going to jump right in. Today we're going to be doing, boop, boop. Joining the stream while my VR headset charges. Today we're going to be going over the Half-Life 3 bullet points, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise known as the thing. Otherwise known as the thing. You ready? This is going to take like 7 hours. This is going to take so goddamn long that we kind of just have to jump in. This is going to take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party. No. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will arrive shortly with peptic sal and adrenaline. Fuck. Why specifically 7 hours? So recently... Hold on. Let me do that bit again. This is where the clip starts. Why specifically 7 hours? So recently, Arisha Sheik has pointed themselves out in the YouTube chat as an individual that needs some help. Everybody, please, in the chat, give them some good energy for trying. They have shown themselves as needing good energy due to the fact that they looked for a secret coded message just in me saying that me explaining this board would take a long time. Here's the problem with that. Some people in Twitch chat also did that. Not Max in the Twitch chat has made the reference to the 7 Hours War, a piece of lore deep within the Half-Life franchise that only the biggest of fans are truly aware of. When I, Tyler McVicker, the passionate gamer and your friendly neighborhood hype merchant, mentioned that going through all of the bullet points would take about 7 hours, they had to reference that. You see, the majority of the individuals who watch my YouTube channel have a broken brain and need to be able to draw comparisons to that guy in the orange suit with the crowbar in order to be able to feel as if the world is going to be okay. Adios. Hi. So that just gave me the idea that I need a second button. I need a second button. Hold on. I need a second button. 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 We need to put in a second button. Oh, I can't afford another button. We're going to have to there's too much happening too fast. There's too much happening too fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy that, delete it, create a folder, go in the folder, put that there. Then we're going to put another sound. You'll see, it's worth it. The bit is worth it. I feel like Germa. It's like just be patient. The bit is worth it. I promise, the bit is worth it. All right. All right. Where is it? There it is. All right. So we'll do this. We're going to do the bit one more time. Did you guys like the song that started the stream? It was called "Where Is My Boy" by Fault Line, featuring Chris Martin of Coldplay. Yeah, the song was called "Where Is My Boy." Did you like that song? It's a good song. I knew it sounded like Coldplay. Yeah, it's called "Where Is My Boy." So recently, Mr. Tubby Wubby thought the choice of music at the start of the stream had something to do with me giving a coded message on the existence or announcement of Half-Life 3. when in reality, before the stream went live, I was just listening to some of my favorite Coldplay songs, and this one was the one that I was listening to when we went live. Once again proving that the Valve, Tyler McVicker, Gabe follower, sadly it's Bradley speculative whatever community has a broken brain and needs to find examples of Half-Life in every aspect of daily life. The Portal 2 Potato Sack ARG broke all of our brains, and it was a mistake. I guess the outro level needs to be turned up a bit. Yeah, because it's the outro. But, like, here's a fun thing I can do, right? Does Stream Elements support the credits roll? Or was that a Streamlabs only feature? Oh, real quick. What song is that? This one? Hold on. Doing another bit. So recently, Tyler McVicker promised that he would be starting the stream immediately, as getting through all of the information that we have on the... So recently, I was introduced to the concept of something called hightail. I don't... So recently, someone asked me if there would be aim-down sights in HLX. I don't know. Hold on, I'm doing something. Hold on. Scroll left. No, scroll up. All right, we're going to see if this works. Well, you've done it now. Uh, 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 hello? What is going on with my fucking map? Okay. Ah. So recently, Valve Software has taken it upon themselves November 18th. It is a huge disappointment to everyone involved that no one had made the announcement on April. I am here. You can, so that's what it's been like to be me lately. Uh no. Will do this microphone is hello. Hi. Okay. Okay. So recently I'm done with that bit. Okay. Um Someone asked me, is it back? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You know, like from Portal. All right, let's just start over. Let's just start over. A small green cookie. We're starting over. We're starting over. Pretend like the last 23 minutes didn't happen, okay? They didn't happen. I just clicked go live. Pretend like I just clicked go live. If you don't play along with this, I'm not going to keep streaming today. Hey, everybody, it's your boy, Tyler McVicker, the Passionate Gamer, your friendly neighborhood hype merchant. Welcome back to another episode of the HLX Waiting Room. We got our Diet Coke. Say hello to Santa Claus. Fuck Coca-Cola, but it's like they put something in it to make you forget. Lint. It is a new stream. We just started. Yeah, that's me. I'm both the hype merchant and the benefactor in this bit. Yeah. So how does this mic sound? Just I know we've We'll talk about the Valve HQ. Does it sound deep? Does it sound nice? Do the effects sound like they're in place? Does it sound like the effects are in place and my voice is deep? You know, it sounds normal. It sounds good. All right, that's good. King of Vines, 312, $4. Thank you so much. They just said... That's what they said. I'm not even kidding. That is exactly what they said. I'll show you here, look. Look, this is what they said. I was genuinely just reading what they said. So we're going to get started today. Today's kind of a special one because it is going to get turned into a video. So hello, if you're watching this on YouTube, we're probably going to do a separate intro for the YouTube. But I am locally recording this one. And, hi, this is Gabe Newell. I'm Gabe. Okay, so my Gabe Newell impression I get into by saying, "You're a beautiful person with a charming personality. Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it'll have been worth the wait." And then you say a lot of "aw" and, you know, like if you ever listen to Gabe Newell speak, he throws in you know, so welcome. Hi, this is me, Gabe Newell. Just wanted to give an update. Do not eat the small green cookie. I think it was radioactive. My skin is turning green, and my muscles are growing. I can be reached at GabeN. So, okay, Holy Doggo, $1.99. Prepare for the Valve opening. DGBT Brasil 5 $10 Tyler, long time ago, I remember watching a video in your archive channel that was a compilation of funny gameplay moments. Did this video exist and you deleted it, or did I hallucinate it? I don't know. Here's the thing about being a YouTuber for a really, 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 really long time. You don't remember most of what you've created. Our Miro board is entirely dead. Well, thankfully, I already have it loaded. So even if it has a problem getting reconnected or not, oh, shit. It's right there. I have it right here. So this might be the last live-in testament of the thing. Okay, so we're gonna... Oh, hold on. We got to keep reading these. Hello. Like Gordon Freeman? Yeah, so you don't remember most of what you create. Devin Lauderdale. Oh, an anonymous gifter gifted 5 tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very, very nice of you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Congrats to the people that got it. Okay. From Devin Lauderdale, $10. I don't know the derangement around HL3. None of us know. It's obvious since HLA was supposed... Yeah, yeah. And you know, he'd say his like really legendary catchphrase. Gordon Freeman would say that legendary catchphrase. He'd eat the cookies and then he'd say his legend. This is my... Some say I can do a perfect impression. So like pretend I'm eating a cookie and I'm Gordon Freeman, right? So this is Gordon Freeman eating a cookie and saying his legendary catchphrase. Ready? So it's... Gordon, here's a cookie. Right? Right? I thought so. Stay muted if you know when HLX is releasing. Well, you can hear me, can't you? You muted our slur. Okay. Trojan Company BYN10. Finally a stream that's enjoyable to listen to. I know, right? So we just got two people having a little improv in my notifs. Tyler, I'm enjoying the madness more than I should. €5. Thank you. I've been streaming for over a decade. I hope I could. I hope. Like this isn't a bit. I'm not doing a bit. You know, I have been streaming since 2014. So that's 11 years. I would have hoped that in that time I would have figured out a way to make this entertaining for the viewers in that time. Otherwise, what the hell have I been doing? I hope this is at least, even if you hate me, I hope you at least are enjoying this. Right? Tyler, I'm enjoying this. Okay. And then Gustav Varsh with the $2 We got new Stargate before HLX. I don't know what that means. Okay, so you said Al Qaeda in your donation chat. Okay. Right. Well, yeah, they did the I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs thing. And then $5 from Riley Cantrell. The last mainline Half-Life game released before I was born. I can't wait to witness this one. So that means you are at least 20 years old. Oh, God. I said Al Qaeda, and then my mic just went. You know, my mic did a little. You know. So now what we're gonna do real quick is make sure that we've given the flowers to the new subscribers and donators and all the different people that are supporting the content. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. No, you're not. No, you weren't. That's not true. I started this channel in 2011. If you were a toddler in 20... Oh, no. So I am 28 years old, yeah. Yes, I think I have, actually. Okay. Thank you. No, I'm not wrong, because we're about to go over why HLX is very much a real thing. Was Project... Oh, no. Oh, no. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Are you kidding me? You've got to be fucking kidding me. You were 3 in 2011, and you're turning 18 this year. And yeah, that lines up. No, I'm cool, guys. I'm young. I'm hip. It's 8, 12, 15, right? Oh man. Project 11, is that the indie game thing? That's like a bunch of little indie games, or is that called like something else, like Project 23 or something? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'm old. No, there was a game. Okay, tell me if anybody remembers this. Uh-huh. 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 Half-Life. Right. My sister-in-law had a baby, and I've been spending some time with the baby, watching the baby. And that's what babies sit like. They're always like, you know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody else spend time with babies? And anytime they like move their hands that's really violently, it's not just like, oh, you're gonna clap, okay. Right? It's always right? My sister-in-law had a baby. Oh my god, in-law, sister-in-law. Do you guys know what sister-in-law is? It's my wife's sister. What the fuck, guys? Come on. Okay, performative delusion. They're just trying to get under your skin. It's performative delusion. It's performative delusion. Cadge. Goo goo GAA GAA. Goo goo GAA GAA. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. I can't start the stream if these keep going. 10 euros from Mr. Rari. It hurts to remember that I'm older than you. I'm 30 next year. I have a tenner from Britain. All right, all right. I can't start the stream. I appreciate all the money. I don't need any more money. That's enough money. That's enough money. Hi. Thank you. No, I'm that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm the hype merchant. Yeah. I've been doing this job. Retrocity 5.5. Okay. Yep. I would love, like, AI sucks, but I would love for my TTS to be Gabe Newell's voice. I would love for my TTS to be Gabe Newell's voice. I know that that's possible. I've seen Doug do it. Oh, congrats! 35. Okay. I like Doug. I've been watching Doug quite a bit lately. But no, 35 isn't. So here's the crazy thing, right? I saw somebody say something. Hi, Lynn. Oh. Oh, sure. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, there weren't signs. There were verified sources saying, okay, it's this week. That's genuinely what happened. There were people that verified sources that went, yeah, it's this week. That's what happened. That's what happened back with Half-Life Alyx, right? I'm skipping the dumb shit green cookie salesman thing, right? No, it's not speculation. Back during Half-Life Alyx, one of the reasons why I knew it was happening when it was happening was because everybody was talking about it. Yeah. Let me put it this way. Let me put it, speculation. Speculation. It feels like September, October of 2019 right now, which is probably a little disappointing for some of you to hear, but that's the reality of it. All right. So, like, there's the thing. Like, there's a lot of good information being tossed around, but unfortunately, what I'm saying is Game Awards. I'm not saying a damn thing about Game Awards. Was anybody here for the last time that we watched the Game Awards and we were kind of hyping up the possibility of Half-Life being there? Anybody here? Was anybody here for that? Right? Because you can talk about performative delusion and having fun, and then you can talk about like a very centered harassment campaign. Okay? I am never, ever, 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 this isn't speculation, I am never going to say that there is even a chance of a Valve product ever going to be at a Jeff Keighley event. Even if even if someone tells me that it will happen, I'm not sharing that. And by the way, no one has told me it'll be at the Game Awards. What do you mean? Okay, so I made a video, one of the earlier episodes of the HLX files, talking about how, in my opinion, Valve does owe Jeff Keighley due to pulling the first look Half-Life Alyx gameplay from his show like 40 minutes before the show went live, and him having to scramble and like reset different things for the show. Right? And also there were other people in the industry that were like, kind of like, I heard a lot of crazy shit's going to be happening. And also Gabe Newell's yacht. And also, oh no, Gabe Newell's yacht was for Summer Games. But also, like, I swear, like, this was happening over here and this was happening over here. Right? And so I made a video that was like, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Right? So like I made the video where I was like, this is possible. I don't know if it is, but look, if it, this is happening, this could happen, this could be there. And then we do the stream, and the stream was like, maybe it will be there. Let's see. And then it wasn't there. I have never experienced that before, and I am doing everything in my power to keep that from happening again. Like, look, did you get death threats? Oh, I had to get a concealed carry license. Things got bad. Things got very real and very bad. No, and it got way worse, and it's still ongoing, by the way. Did you get death threats? Yes. So, if you've ever wanted to know why I'm just not letting people have their fun, which they should. People should be allowed to have their fun, whether or not it actually gets announced in November. That's because people don't understand that from my perspective, I'm just another fan, but I have a YouTube channel. Right? And I love this with all of my heart and all of my being, and I love these games so much. And yes, I get to talk to people, and yes, I hear things, and when I hear things, I tell you about them. Right? Look, It's just how it goes, you know? It like that I am a massive fan that fell into this as a job, and now I've learned I'm quite good at this. I'm not old. Mm. Oh, for sure. Something an old person would say. It's very funny when you're in your late 20s, yeah, you're old, but then you hit 30 and you're like the youngest person in the room. It's very strange. I saw somebody talk about this on TikTok, and like when you're in your late 20s, like 20, not 28, 29, everybody's like 29. But then you hit 30 and people are like, "Look at that brand new adult." I couldn't have been the only person to see that, right? $10 from John, Valve employee Tyler Mc no. 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 Um, Reno, you're older than me? Okay, so apparently IGN ran an article about Half-Life, I guess, and linked our Miro board, the thing that we're going to be going over through this stream. And why is everyone posting about a Half-Life 3? Who wrote this one? Rebecca Valentine. It was that, yeah. Like there was a concerted. I talked about this a little bit. There was a concerted harassment campaign against me that got really, really bad for a moment. That's that. That's how that goes. You know, it's part of the job, unfortunately. And yeah, I had to take a whole bunch of classes and, you know, learn how to use weaponry and things like that. You know, that's just how. Yeah. Vico's son, you're a lot older than I thought it was. I thought you were. Harassment because of what? Because Half-Life 3 didn't get announced at the Game Awards, I guess. It was. I don't think Kiwi Farms had anything to do with it, being completely honest. All right, so, this looks like it's a well put together. This looks like it's a well put together article. Let's read it. Haha, yeah, I know, Half-Life 3, the long-fabled, often-rumored, still non-existent third numbered entry in the Half-Life series that fans have craved but never had a credible whisper of. It's just a pervasive joke in the industry and among fans for years, a stand-in for a thing that doesn't exist and never would. And yet, for some reason, a lot of people seem to think it's being announced soon, possibly in the next few weeks, maybe even today. You might have seen it. The sudden flurry of mentions of Half-Life 3, some humorous, some quite serious, the surge of memes, a handful of people that seem to have lost their dang minds. So what's going on? Half-Life 3 rumors have existed pretty much since Half-Life 2 first released, so that's nothing new. But the last couple of years have seen a steady trickle of interesting threads that may have led some to believe that a third entry actually entered development quietly at Valve. There were vague nods, such as the Half-Life Alyx team saying they wanted to make more Half-Life games, and the Final Hours documentary actually confirmed that it was in development at some point between 2013 and 2014. We've also seen data miners pulling crumbs from various Valve releases over the last few years and what seems to be an in-development game internally at Valve known as HLX, using Source 2. Data miners would have worked out that it's a full-fledged non-VR Half-Life game of some sort and that it's been in the works since at least 2021 and probably earlier. That game is possibly the same one that accidentally leaked by a voice actor in 2024 who referred to it as Project White Sands. Project White Sands was Deadlock. But this year, there's been a marked increase in little breadcrumbs. Right after the new year, the G-Man's voice actor issued a cryptic post teasing unexpected surprises in 2025. It was his first tweet since he congratulated Valve on Half-Life Alyx in December of 2020. Fans proceeded to tear apart the post, delving deep into an album cover image with the number 197 for what they believed were more hints that something was in the works. Okay. But an already simmering pot of rumors turned into a full boil with an announcement last week of new Valve hardware. The Steam Machine, complete with a new Steam controller and a VR headset known as the Steam Frame. Notably, there were no software announcements alongside these hardware reveals, which is a bit odd given that Valve tends to release new games alongside new hardware. Recall Half-Life Alyx and the Valve Index headset and Aperture Desk Job and the Steam Deck and Aperture Hand Labs and the Index and the Lab and the HTC Vive. Around the same time, a number of Valve and industry insiders began mentioning Half-Life 3, saying confidently that it was planned for a 2025 announcement still. It was a rumor. It was a rumor. One leaker, who has a good track record of getting Valve stuff right, said in May that Valve was officially playable end-to-end. Officially is not the right word I would use. There's a massive Miro board floating around, and also, just say Tyler McVicker. Why are you... They are always afraid to say my name. They are always afraid to just say Tyler McVicker said this. One leaker who has a good track record of getting Valve stuff right said back in May, okay, blah, 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 and it's worth digging into. Okay, so they linked the Miro board. And so what are they... Uh-huh. See, but that's not correct. It would have to be like the 12th or the 16th. And also, it's Valve. Yeah. Greetings and thank you for being here. Okay, it only took us an hour to get here, but here we are. Here we are. So, welcome to the Half-Life 3 Miro board. We're also going to be playing the donations. This next one was from DMND Dylan. If you can't hear the music, that's because you're on YouTube. Twitch.tv/Tyler McVicker to hear the whole experience. So this is the culmination of, I think, 2 years, maybe a year and a half, nearly a year and a half, of categorizing all of the data mines and leaks that we've been able to find within official Source 2 projects since 2021. All right. So first, let's go over a few things that you need to understand. There are going to be some visual hints, visual things here, and you need to understand what they mean. First of all, your environment entities. If it's green, we have significant amount of information to assume this will be, or at least was in the game at some point. If it's yellow, there's information to assume that this can be related to HLX, but it's not entirely clear and could be for something else. If used when NA, it just means that we think it's plausible, but based on something we can't verify. And if it's red, we are very on the fence about this. It's very possible it's not HLX, but there's a small chance it is. Okay, and then this means additional. Yellow notes provide a brief, easy, and to understand explanation of the topic. Orange notes go more in depth, and they contain excerpts from the engine that may contain speculative information. And green notes provide additional context to the subject at hand. All right, so first, you need to understand a few things about how the engine works. And there's a few things you need to know about how this engine works. Okay, so these are some basic terms for Source and Source 2. VData. VData is designer-driven data system that allows you to easily modify and add gameplay mechanics without having to modify the game's code base on the provided schema class. All of the Source 2 games post-2021 are heavily VData-driven. Desk Job, CS2, Deadlock, and partially Dota for events. VData is, and correct me if I'm wrong, very much an evolution of the V-scripting system, a thing that allows you to effectively build build stuff without needing to completely go back and rewrite base engine level code. Right? Wrong. Okay. Wrong. Why am I wrong? John, why is VData not associated with V-scripting? Not really. VData just stores data as serialized asset files. Okay. Okay, fine. Whatever. The core of it is what's important, and what you need to understand is that VData is one of the systems within Source 2 that allows you to effectively build things without having to recompile your entire engine base. FGD, Forge Game Data, is a plain text file format used to define all of the entities of a game for a map editor, allowing mappers that can select them within their editor and configure their properties. Okay. So FGD. What's an FGD? We talked about this before. Effectively, if you have a bunch of functionality within your game engine, how does your level editing tool know what that functionality is and how that functionality is supposed to operate? Right? It doesn't automatically. You need to be able to explain to the mapping tool, such as Hammer, what you're supposed to be able to do with the different things that you've added into the game. Pretty much everything that is in a map that isn't geometry itself is an entity of some sort, whether that be light or an enemy or an item or a prop. It's all an entity. And what you need to be able to understand with what an FGD is it's just a text file that tells Hammer, their level editor, okay, in the engine, in our actual code that's compiled, we're able to these are what we have. Everything in here, we're able to do these things. This is what a point light is. These are the different things that the mapper can customize within that point light. This is how you place a weapon. These are the different options that you have when placing a weapon. This is this is the entity to be able to place an enemy, NPC, whatever. And then these are the different variables and things you can change about that variable. This, however, doesn't always describe absolutely everything that already exists within the engine file itself. And we have had a lot of different examples of entities that have been designed for a certain game, such as HLX, that isn't in the FGD. So we know the entity exists. We know some of its functionality based on string leaks, but we can't make it work because the FGD isn't formatted and we can't force it into Hammer. It takes a person having to reverse engineer those entities to be able to force them into Hammer. But in order to do that, you're writing your own custom FGD. Input and output are commands. Literally is just it's input and output. It's input and output. That's all it is. It's like, feel like. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. So look, what I'm talking about is very similar to what I just touched on with the FGD file, right? When you have Hammer, Hammer on a technical level needs to be able to know what exists in the engine and what it's capable of actually placing within a game world, right? That's what the FGD does. It defines it. What you're saying is a reference to something that I talked about back in February, which is it seems as if some of the changes, especially localization or language, plain English changes that have actually occurred, are summarizing or re-explaining in a more clear form of language so that anybody can understand what certain things are capable of being done within the engine and in the tool set itself. Does that mean that Valve is going to be releasing some kind of like full Source 2 SDK? I don't think so. But does it mean that like we're going to be getting some sort of workshop tools? Here's the thing. Yeah, almost certainly they're going to give us like the ability to create custom levels. Like almost certainly they're going to give us the ability to make custom levels. It's just there's a big difference between enough tools to be able to create a custom campaign like Levitation for Half-Life Alyx, and enough tools to be able to make an entire game off of the base Source 2 engine. They did release a Source 1 SDK, and that's why there are quite a few Source 1 games out there. But they've said publicly a few times over the last 15 years that they weren't going to release the Source 2 SDK. They said that they would in 2015, and then they didn't talk about it for years. And then during Half-Life Alyx, they said, no, probably not. No, so, okay, I'll take speculation off. When HLX is announced and shipped, you're probably going to be getting workshop tools shortly after that date. Yeah, probably. Okay. Input and output. In the most basic of terms, you know how in Half-Life 2, there's buttons that do things? Like, oh, you push this button and then something in the world goes, vroom, 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 and then enemies show up. That's because that button was an input and what you just experienced was an output, right? Inputs and outputs. It's literally just like, hey, if this happens, this happens. Hey, if the player does this, then this happens. Hey, if the player does this, and then does this, and then does this, and those three inputs, then do that. Input and output. Very basic stuff. Schema. Schemas are descriptions of classes within Source 2. Classes in programming are blueprints for objects. In short, schemas represent how the engine is assembled, how things are put together. The schema is the schema is where a lot of this information is coming from. Not a lot of, well, It depends. If we're talking to somebody like Dirt Killer in the community, then most of the findings that Dirt Killer is finding is coming out of the schema. This is not documentation. The schema is not necessarily something that like the public is supposed to be reading from, but you're able to extract information from it through the public builds of Source 2 games, especially if you're pulling from a Linux build. This next song was donated by Tadius2907. Hint nodes. Hints give specific information about their location to help NPCs decide how to react to or make the best use of specifics. So hint nodes are literally just explaining, you build a level, how does an NPC that is not controlled by a human know how to navigate, know how to behave in that space? That's what hint nodes are for. It's a communication platform for AI. Added the most recent Source 2 engine update. So the Miro board is updated as recent as November 10th. So we're going to talk. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with like the most like hype stuff, right? And then we're going to get more and more technical as we go along. Okay. So first, our actual assets. Now, these are tool assets for the most part, but all of this stuff is real. Like this needs to like everything that we show is real. Check the latest message from me. Okie dokie. Where's your message? Where? I don't have a message from you. Oh, in chat? Check the latest message from me. Oh, okay. Thanks to VData being this data-driven, that engine cause for certain entities or prerequisites, such as being humanly readable data, you'll be able to adjust certain things that are VData driven. Right now, NPCs, players, vehicles, and weapons are VData driven. That means that very nice modding capabilities that were not possible before to the same extent without code access. This is very good news for modding. This is how Neon Prime mods for Deadlock have been made possible. Okay, so it's publicly accessible data and variables, and it's just many more switches that you have access to mod the game to your own liking. I was told by my admins to listen to this. That was just audio. That was sick as hell. Whoever made that. That was awesome. Good for you. Okay, so yeah, John gave an example of what VData can be used for. So, for instance, if you have a car with a certain speed or controls adjusted by VData, you can adjust those values to create new stuff or edit current stuff. You can see what values can be exposed in the VData section on this Miro. Valid to keep in mind that some of this stuff is reliant on hard-coded stuff, but otherwise it's pretty vast. Right, yeah, so it was obvious. He's the 4chan leaker. Look, he'll rejoin on an alt any second now. Any second now. Look, see? He joined. No, wait. No, that's another guy. All right. We've got another, you know. You could have just asked me to do that. All right, so a lot of this stuff we've talked about in video videos, HLX files. Terry Babbins, thanks so much. So, oriented meshes, nav spaceflight, nav space, nav space water, nav walkable. This was added in 2024, 2024, 2023, 2024. An entity named Point Nav Walkable has been introduced somewhere in between 23 and 24, 22 and 23, to replace the usage of FuncNav markup node. AI Goal Siege. You've definitely seen this one before. This was added in 2023. Ambient NPC Manager with the Antlion. That was added on my birthday in 2024. Here's some auto-aim crosshair temporaries. These are VODBs, the voice-over database files. This is likely just like the same thing, but just like variations of the same. I just called it an antlion. That's a hound eye. So this was Zen assets. This is Zen assets. This denotes Zen assets. The metadata from this image dates from July 15th, 2024. Here's the pulse. Pulse is complicated. It's a visual scripting system. Response template. Unknown doctor script. Yeah, we don't know what this is for. Here's some... we got ignore NPC in player, nav space clip, audio mod, light probe. We got some speech graphics, AI scripted move 2. We got filter model. It's worth mentioning that this is technically old and existed ever since filters existed, but hasn't been used because in most cases you would get class names or target names. However, HLX seems to be doing procedural spawns for some items, so they can't get a name of something that doesn't exist yet. This filtering by models would actually be useful when spawns come. Here's the spawn volume. This was originally made for Half-Life 3 back in 2013. This material was updated some point in 2023. It's a part of Half-Life 2013's procedural random spawning system, which, by the way, there's a big misunderstanding on what we mean when we talk about Half-Life 3 having a procedural spawning system. People have called it like roguelite type stuff. That's not at all what we're talking about. As far as we understand it, the geometry volumes, the actual mesh volumes, stay the same, right? So the example I always tell people is imagine that you, we could use the example from the final hours of Half-Life Alyx. You imagine like a large apartment building, right? You would model out with meshes, because Source 2 is all mesh-based. You're not using brushes. You would model out the whole building, but you would leave the windows and the doors empty. You wouldn't place any models or windows or doors or anything. And then once the whole geometry of the building or the level that you're creating is finished, then you can go in and set different parameters for each individual thing that can be changed. Now, this goes a bit different than that because there's also procedural stuff in regards to the stuff that spawns off of fallen enemies or resource crates or things along that nature. But generally, when we're talking about the procedural spawning system of something like a Half-Life 3 from 2013 and also speculatively HLX, we're talking about, okay, so let's imagine every possibility for every door frame, every possibility for every window hole. Let's imagine every possibility for any space that could be blocked off through some sort of obstacle. And the engine at runtime in certain circumstances is capable of going, okay, well, on this spawn, on this version of the level, it will pick from different buckets of what will actually spawn within the level. It's effectively the Left 4 Dead director system. Yeah, but the Left 4 Dead director system was mostly based on the placement of specific resources in predefined locale, and also enemy spawns, right? And then when like special infected will show up, right? This is bigger than that because it's randomizing not only where resources are going to spawn, and in some cases, as far as we know, where certain enemies may spawn, but not to the same extent as Left 4 Dead, because that's going to be in this. It's going to be far more like hand-placed enemy stuff because they're not going to be swarming you with. I mean, I don't think they're going to be swarming you with zombies in the same way that Left 4 Dead does, but this is more for like your way through an environment. Like imagine like a side area again of an apartment building where you can enter through the front door, but then every time you enter that building, the layout is the same. Like the actual physical walls and floors and ceilings and staircases and things are the same, but doors, blockages, some walls broken that you could walk through, windows, and then of course where certain enemies, where certain NPCs are. So maybe you need to go into an apartment building and rescue an NPC, right? I don't think this specifically is going to happen in the game, but like, okay, so you need to go into this apartment building and rescue an NPC. Your experience from getting from outside the building to the NPC and back are very different. And it sounds like I'm just making this up, and I really should just be waiting until we get to the stuff that actually explains the procedural generation spawning stuff, which is, all of the data is here. But I'm literally just looking at an icon and talking and just yapping, so we'll move on. But effectively, like, doors will be in different places. Some doors will be missing. Some doors will be completely blocked off. Some doors will be locked. Other doors will be openable. Other windows will be there, stuff like that. Material editor, NPC spawn destination. It's a new icon for an old entity. This is a Half-Life 2 entity, or at least a Half-Life Alyx entity. Discovered is loaded, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is V model stuff. It's the same. So there's all this there's V model, there's V data. It's opening up it's opening up as many levers as possible to the end user, so that not only it's much easier to develop for, but then at the end of the day, it makes things a lot easier for people to mod things from. So there's that. Oh yeah, they made for the 20th anniversary of Half-Life 2. They made a new font called Gordin, and people, I don't know, like, would they really hire a company like a graphics design company to make this new font just for the 20th anniversary of Half-Life 2? Maybe. It's Valve. I don't know. Breakable asset. So these just denote different types of asset. Trash assets, Vista assets, and then science assets. This is the newest one. Vista is commonly used in Valve to create large-scale skyboxes, so that's probably what that is. Terrain tool icons, allowing you to adjust terrain and hammer. Is there anything else worth talking? Oh, yeah, Gordon. Build Break Master, it's the icon for when a build fails in Source 2's internal build watch tool, which means if you at Valve, and if you're at Valve, you know this. If you see this, you fucked up. The game won't build. Something that was added in the new build is now broken. Here's all the new face poser icons. Here's AI goal lead distances. This doesn't really matter. So here's new engine features. We will go over that in a moment. But I want to go over like the real juicy, big meaty claws type stuff. So I want to warn, here's a warning, very light spoilers. I do read YouTube chat. It's just YouTube chat is significantly more toxic than Twitch chat, so I don't necessarily say it out loud as Twitch chat, because Twitch chat is more moderated, so it's a lot, very, very light spoilers. Very, very light spoilers, okay? So we're going to talk about what we know for enemies and locations. So those are summaries. Where do we keep in the... Yeah, here we go. So right here is probably... Right. Wait, this stuff is real? Yes, this stuff is real. Yes. No, this is real. Okay. So these are the known NPCs that will... or at one point in the build of HLX based on our data mines. So first of all, a major thing about HLX, as far as we can tell, is Zen. Thank you. Zen is apparently a pretty big deal in HLX. There's a lot of references to Zen-related stuff, and I'm sure you've heard about the Zen gorilla. So, Hound Eyes. Not only do we have this icon, but we also have these strings. Hound Eye item attach, renamed from... so, by the way, these were found in a deadlock build, and when they were found, they were renamed. So there was a video made where we found them, we talked about them, and then in the next update, they renamed them to hide them. So you can... here's Hound Eye item attached. It was then renamed to Monster item attached. There's your image. Zen Gorilla. So a certain creature seemingly implies a big creature that has to do with Zen. It may have tentacles indicated by a reference to a particle effect. Yeah, it does have tentacles. Zen Gorilla retreat spot, Zen hint, Zen Gorilla retreat spot, and then particles, entities, and physics, Gorilla tentacle placeholder, yeah, Zen Gorilla. Zen Jellyfish. So Deadlock has hint nodes for various Zen NPCs, including the Zen Jellyfish. Specific hint... We've discussed what hint nodes are, right? Let's see if you guys were listening. Here's your first pop quiz. What's a hint node? It helps NPCs not only navigate, but behave in the space that they exist within. However, certain NPCs do require more specified hint nodes than other types of NPCs if their style of locomotion or their style of interaction is a bit different from, like, you know, humanoid bipedal NPCs. So, for example, there are hint nodes for a Zen Jellyfish. We also have Zen Jellyfish food and reaching Zen Jellyfishes. So Zen Jellyfishes apparently look for things to eat. Those are the hint nodes. They're looking for food, or they're looking for areas they can reach. This model right here is an unused Zen Xenian. It's an unused Xenian creature from Half-Life Alyx. We're not sure if the Zen Jellyfish that is being described in HLX is the Zen Jellyfish that we see here. And even if it was, it almost certainly got remade. But this is a real model in Half-Life Alyx, even today, that has gone unused, and people have speculated that it has something to do with it. Okay, so another type of NPC from Zen is the Swooper. The Swooper. You've got circle centering, Zen Swooper circle center, Zen Swooper food, Zen Swooper landing spot, Zen Swooper food, Zen Swooper landing spot, Zen Swooper hint, Zen Swooper landing spot. Again, it's just defining different behaviors that you can place in the level, and Deadlock has it. Those hint nodes are there. We don't have the actual NPC data though, so that's the Zen creatures. We have Combine creatures. Okay, we have references to Combine chargers. These were the guys from Half-Life Alyx. However, it's like, you know, because the hint, like, this stuff was like kind of refactored and it's a different format. So the guy with the shield may be returning. The guy with the shield. This guy everybody talked about. You've probably heard about feral man hacks. I love to think about feral man hacks. First of all, feral man hacks were actually first found in a build of Aperture Desk Job. We didn't know what we were looking at, though, because it doesn't actually say manhack directly. It specifically mentions a feral squad type. So a squad of enemies that are specifically listed as feral, right? Yeah, and we're currently in the spoiler territory, right? So I told you that. So what exactly it means for a manhack to go feral is obviously unknown. My speculation is they're not actual, like, Combine man hacks, but they serve the same purpose as like little flying dudes, but they're, like, maybe more Xenian or biological. But then again, man hacks are, in the current iteration of the Half-Life lore, driven by artificial intelligence, not humans. And so maybe they've corrupted or something, and they're going against their programming or something, right? Tori, thank you so much. I'm not going to leave this page because we're having problems reloading it. Combine snipers. This is a different NPC than the Combine Sniper from Half-Life 2 because the way that worked is different than it being this. It's different. Okay, moving on. Combine Sniper. Other Combine behavior, we've got Combine being able to signal each other and to fall back. Basically the kind of behavior they had in Half-Life 2. It's obviously very they're going to involve, like, I don't think we need to speculate, but we will, that Combine behavior or group behavior or artificial intelligence in the traditional sense, not in the LLM ChatGPT sense, is going to be significantly more robust than what was capable in 2004, right? But here's just some basic behaviors that we've seen in a Dota 2 update where they can signal each other and signal to fall back in a certain situation. Half-Life Alyx soldiers use Half-Life 1 code in some behaviors. Do you think they'll do this for HLX? If the behavior works, if it feels good, then there's no reason to rewrite it, then they won't rewrite it. But they're going, like, pretty much every time they've ever, like, remade a humanoid, like, HECU to Combine, they just took the previous enemy and built on it. Almost certainly, the Combine that we're going to be fighting in HLX is going to be based on taking Half-Life 2's Combine and building on it. And possibly also taking into consideration the fact that they did have small teams over the course of, like, 15 years building prototypes and ideas for Half-Life enemies, like Codename Margarita, which some of you probably don't know about. That was a prototype at Valve where Combine into, like, different enemies could pick up chips that would change, like computer chips that would upgrade their own abilities, and that would change the way that different NPCs would behave and interact with the, that was a design experiment done at the same time as F-Stop. And then also you have, Half-Life 3 was in development in like 2013, 2014, and they did do a bunch of stuff for it, so the other stuff that you have, and this is really strange, again, light spoilers. Again, this is probably a bit more spoilery than what we just talked about. Like, oh, there's Zen creatures. Oh, there's Combine. Okay. This is probably a little bit more spoilery. So if you don't want to know, then go somewhere else for like 5 minutes. Okay. Don't watch stream while frying fish. Don't ask. Okay. All right, you have 3 seconds before I show this on screen, okay? 3, 2, 1. Okay, so off-world is another type of NPC that was found within hint nodes that are specifically seen as a separate thing from the Combine and from the Xenian creatures. Off-world creatures, in my opinion, is the Combine world. Off-world is a speculated location based on the leaks that we have. Off-world is probably the Combine world. Okay? So you've got the Pentatank, the Workers, and the Storks. This is very important. In Half-Life 2, the Overwatch does have voice lines threatening non-compliant citizens with poor performing civil protection units with an off-world relocation. Right? The Combine world is referred to in the lore of Half-Life as off-world, and that is not Zen. Zen is a border world. Okay, so Half-Life lore lesson, I guess. Zen is a border world that exists between dimensions. Zen is not where the Combine are from. I know that there are people that think that Zen is where the What is the music? I don't know. Object Task donated it. Zen is a border world. Zen is like a pocket dimension. No, it's a border world where different species have escaped to. Yes, thank you, Glove Man. Combine were able to get to Earth and our area because of the Resonance Cascade effectively being like a beacon, and they traveled to us through the border world, but they are not from the border world. Their home world appears to be referenced in the code as off-world. We have something called a pentatank. More than likely, well, they're speculating here, some kind of sentry. Off-world workers, this is not an enemy type. Off-world workers are almost certainly just like a kind of NPC that you see around the area, kind of like the yellow suit people in Half-Life Alyx. Correction, off-world in Half-Life 2 is implied relocation to somewhere else. However, when creating something you want to hear already, so it's a nice association. Right. Portal Person 99 with the 69 nice months on Twitch Prime. Chance for Offworld being where Race X is from. If Valve is... I'm going to say a very cringe thing here. But if Valve were to somehow rope in the Race X opposing force exclusive creatures into this by saying that they're from the Combine world, that would be, and I don't ever say this, based as fuck. That would make me so goddamn happy. That would make me so happy. If the guy with like the ant that shoots lasers was in HLX in the off-world section, I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. That would be incredible. Unfortunately, there is no evidence to suggest that that is a thing. God, imagine in HLX, there's the tongue. The handheld barnacle tongue. Ugh. God, making opposing force fully canon. Oh. Oh. My crowbar honest heart. That would... oh. Are you kidding me? Like, of course, the people are like, oh, but what if Adrian Shepard's in there somehow? I would love that. I would love that. There is no evidence to suggest that. Like, I would love that if it was Dr. Freeman. It seems you need a little help with your job. I have had an assistant in stasis for quite some time. And then it's just, Adrian, where's my brother? Where's my brother? I would lose my fucking mind. But the thing is, that is so specific and so like you need to be like a dedicated Half-Life fan to know about it that they probably wouldn't do that. Right? It's always possible it's new aliens. It's always possible it's all... Yeah. Wolpod did say that they don't want to just be stuck with the Combine forever. That is true. And that is what this is. Now, these are weird. We know antlions, yes, but these are weird. These are weird. We don't know about these. We don't know about these. These exist. These do exist, but we don't know what they are, and we don't know what they're for. A fly guy. What's a fly guy? Fly guy? So I think a fly guy is a flying Combine officer with like a jetpack or something. All right? And then you've got this sounds like a slur. I'm going to call it a fitter. I know it's not called it. This sounds wrong. I don't like that. But it's something. They burrow into pipes and holes. They burrow. Look, I know it's a meme for me to cry when I like to soy out or whatever, as they say, right? I know I have a problem of getting super emotional about the things that I'm hyper fixated on. If I see a cremator with the flamethrower, I will openly weep. I will have like the best kind of mental breakdown, right? Like, I don't think a cremator is going to make it, right? But oh my God, if I'm walking the streets of some city, because it's, probably not City 17 at this point in the story, but if I'm walking the streets of some kind of combine owned something and the big ass guy going dum, 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 I'm just going to look at him. We'll be live. I'm just going to look at him and just watch his behavior, take in his sound design, and just be like, I would, like, if they somehow put a cremator in HLX, well, then Gabe Fowler's not doing his damn job because he helped with this just as much as I did. Like, I would lose my mind if the cremator was in the game. I would. I mean, like, I don't know if you watched when the final hours of Half-Life Alyx happened, right? When we went through it. Monsi Moof with the It no, it was such an embarrassment that it made Valve be like, well, now we really got to prove ourselves. That's all I meant, right? In the same way that I'm sure the GTA trilogy release made Rockstar be like, okay, this game has to be fucking perfect, right? It was just like, oh, you allowed this piece of shit on your own platform and being sold for more money than any of your actual games. And now the whole internet thinks that you, Valve, are okay with, you fucked up my face. And Keemstar is the president and all that shit. And Error Cop. And just the one floating button. And the room full of mortars. The little... whatever. Like, yeah, when I say it, like, they were working on Half-Life Alyx at that point. I know for a fact that some people at Valve saw that and went, this game needs to be as good as it possibly can be. All right. Thank GLaDOS 9865. Thank you so much. All right. So it burrows. It's a burrowing enemy. We don't know if it's going to be an enemy or an NPC, but I mean, like, I've played Fallout. That's what mole rats do. Howlers. So here's the thing about howlers. I'm pretty sure there was a cut Left 4 Dead enemy called a howler, right? Like, we've talked about howlers in the past. Wasn't there a cut Left 4... This sounds like a Left 4 Dead Special Infected. It was called the Screamer. Right. So, here's the thing. I don't think it's impossible for Left 4 Dead 3 shit to sneak in through Deadlock, but then again, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as long as if we get through this year and the announcement doesn't happen, you don't try and find where I live. We're good. Okay? I've been trying to pick my words this entire calendar year as safely as possible for that reason. Okay? Jesus Christ. Wouldn't that be some kind of flying creature? It's actually it's a burrowing creature. No promises, says Bonsai Plays. Do you want to get banned? Could it be a new head crab type? Yeah, it could. This seems like a Left 4 Dead enemy, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that the hint node formatting was changed in between Left 4 Dead 3 being in development like a decade ago and now. All right. So people making jokes about trying to find me and hunt me down if the game doesn't get announced in the calendar year 2025. Yeah, that's just a straight ban. And I'm not joking. That's just a straight ban. We're not fucking around. Because it's the first time I'm saying this, it's a 1 hour timeout. But if it ever happens again, it is a straight ban with no, you'll be able to appeal in like a year. All right? I'm not fucking around. I have a wife. I almost said too much. Harvest Man, baby. This is weird. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. Because it was found on the box creature model, I don't know what to think about this one. It's like the NPC is literally called Harvest Man. It's literally called Harvest Man. It's literally called Harvest Man, right? That is the name of the NPC. But it's a subtype of the Harvest Man called the Harvest Man Baby. I don't know. We're moving on. Agent, I don't think this is an NPC type. I think this is literally just like a designation for a type, like any NPC. But that's my, and then we got Antlions, because of course we do. And then Instigator, again, I think these two are the same. I think Instigators and Agents are not specific NPCs. I think they are designations of other NPCs. So like you can have a group of like Combine people, and one could be the Instigator and one could be the Agent, where like an Instigator would be the one to like really get up in your face and start something, and an Agent would always be trying to like, you know, going around the back. Antlions, I mean, like, yeah, Thumper, HLX cause Antlions to run away briefly. Not only does this confirm Antlions, it confirms Thumpers. This is another one of those cases of whoops, and then they rename it to try and hide it, but there's already videos made about it. And then these are just random ones. We're still in spoilers. We're still in spoilers. We're about to hit the biggest one, and I'm not joking. If you don't want to be spoiled, I'm not joking. This is the only like story thing that I'm ever going to talk about, because if it's found in a data mine, that's free game. If it's in a data mine, it's free game. Okay? It's a location. It's a location. And of course, it could be removed. Remember Eric's change? Remember when Eric changed? That was removed. Remember the weather control? That was removed. Remember the Borealis in Half-Life 2, aka the Hyperborea? That was removed. So, Kraken Base, you know, all that stuff. The Wasteland. Okay. Foundry. Foundry Communications, Foundry Welders, Foundry. The Foundry. Okay. So here's some tactical behavior that's been added to NPCs. NPCs can peek up from cover, hide, act as sentry, peek left or right from a narrow point in cover, create cover. This means doing something in the environment to create a piece of cover for the NPC. This means, well, it means this. It means that. I'm not used to the in-ears. Boundary don't mean shit. It's up to you, man. The mic is better cover. Searching for high ground, you know, stuff like that. Holdout behavior. I don't actually know what that means. Can someone tell me what holdout behavior means? I bought an extension so that I could get up and still wear my in-ears. So I bought in-ears. I bought in-ear monitors. These are nice, like, Sennheiser in-ear monitors. They were like $100, I think. People are saying the stream's buffering, but we're not at all losing any frames at all. Just refresh. Just refresh. Just tell people to refresh. We genuinely haven't dropped any frames. So what do you think holdout behavior? Holding out behind cover. So do you think this means, like, we're not moving from this position? Okay. That's probably it. And then physics prop behavior. Yeah, this is a fun one. So this is something that you feel like they would have done in Half-Life 2, and they kind of lied about it in the E3 2003 presentation of, like, you know, like, how people would interact with the physics props in the environment. This is straight confirmation that, like, you know, NPCs are going to utilize the shit in the world space. They're gonna, like, in the same way that, like, oh, they're gonna create cover, they can do other things with what's in the world space. Right? And then Foundry. Can you talk about the significance of the Foundry? Okay. So here are the summaries of what we just talked about. Thank you so much. Here are the Zen creature. So here's summaries of all of the spoiler stuff, and then we'll get off the spoiler stuff, okay? All right. Okay. Flying creature that has food and a reach spot. Model seen in Half-Life Alyx. Model seen in this icon. Likely digs up Zen jellyfish. Hound eye. Model seen in this icon. Likely digs up food from the ground. Item can be attached. Zen gorilla. Enemy that likely has tentacle particles, and also a retreat spot. Half-Life Alyx has a gorilla statue. Also referenced in Half-Life 1's 25th anniversary as an update spray. It's true. Zen swooper. A flying enemy that circles around certain spots and landing spots and eats foods. Zen swoopers. Think about how... You know how when an animal dies, for anybody that lives in a rural area, you know how when an animal dies and, like, vultures, like, just appear? They just like, oh, how did you know? Yeah, it's like that. Off-world workers. Off-world workers are working in set locations and return to set locations. There are hint nodes for picking up and dropping off physics props. It's unknown if they were off-world or combine. Off-world is a type of creature, a type of something that is separate from combine. This might be the combine world, so it might be them in, like, their naked states. Off-world storks. Storks are flying creatures that restock resources at a set location and then deploy them at a set location. So this might be the kind of enemy that, like, gives other enemies resources. Some kind of tank with five legs, given the name, Penta is 5, and a sentry point world position for turrets. Could be a crab-like combine tank or a literal fuel tank protected by turrets. Yep. Agent, instigator, feral manhack. Has a spot that it drags itself towards. Feral enemies seem to be a whole class of NPCs with their own squads. Kush childs are an enemy that has water spout source. It's hard to tell whether it refers to the enemy named Kush child or is a child of an enemy named Kush. That is true. Fly guy, howler, throws something, jumps, and this thing. It has holes and pipes that it burrows and pops out of, similar to antlions in Half-Life 2. Yep. And those are the announcement rumors. And then locations. Last of the spoilers. Zen. Almost certainly you are going to Zen. Almost certainly you are going to Zen. The Zen asset icon was added on July 15th, 2024. These are the enemies that we've already talked about. And we also have acid geysers. through a sound effect reference called the World Acid Geyser Loop. Now, support for gravity-oriented nav maps was added. This would allow enemies to walk around planets like in Super Mario Galaxy. This is true. We don't know if that's for Zen or not, but there is support for spherical or gravitationally adjusting world spaces and nav maps, right? We've known about this a long time, and we've actually gotten it to work in Deadlock. So effectively, it's like, gravity can change. Gravity can be oriented in different locations based on where in space you are. And so you genuinely can make like Super Mario Galaxy stuff if you wanted to. Yep. Hell yeah. Oh, I'll try to get to it as soon as I can. Hey, as long as you're okay with like, look, we don't know a date. The rumor is 2025. Okay, and then Off-World, right? Off-World seems to be so some this is speculation. Some think that Off-World is anything that isn't Earth, including Zen. I am one of the people that think no, Off-World is meant to be something else because if it was Zen, it would be called Zen. Right? So we've got, and of course, like you have the it's like it's a new thing, but you got to reference it back to something that you're like familiar with, and so that's why they might call it something that like people know, because like
citizen notice, failure to cooperate will result in permanent off-world relocation.
Right? Like, it's something that you recognize. Yeah, so the science stuff, I don't know. We know about assets that are specifically science, but we don't even know if the science stuff is related to HLX in the first place. Foundry! Foundry seems to be a metal foundry with set spots for welding and communication. It could be its own location, or it could be in the off-world location. Given the communications hint note, it could be for strategic location of combat. The player might have to invade the foundry and turn off its ability to communicate. All right. Spoilers are done. 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 Okay. Next, we're going to look at the some other juicy stuff. We're going to look at the development timeline. Now, according to Game Follower, HLX was a project that started taking shape in late 2019, sometime during this period when they finished the ending of HLA. Right. So it's heavily rumored, not only by Game Follower, but just like generally. But Game Follower is the one that put his name to the rumor that when they came up with the ending of Half-Life Alyx, which they came up quite late in development, that kind of set the stage for, hey, if we're going to have Eli hand Gordon the thing and be like, come on, Gordon, we got work to do. It's like, hey, Tyler, thanks for reacting to my shitty Meet the Spy parody audio. I'm dying of embarrassment. Hey, it was funny. That's them saying that, like, I and many, like Jason Schreier seems to agree to this, and he thinks I'm a hype merchant, so whatever. That's very much Valve communicating, this isn't over. Does anybody else agree with me that when this happened, it's Valve communicating to you, this is not over? Right? I think this is part of the reason why we're even like entertaining this in the first place. That's so obvious. And the thing is, they immediately started work on it. So in 2019, it seems like that happened. Gabe Fowler seems to push that rumor. Gary Newman gets access to Source 2 in September of 2020 and accidentally makes a commit to the Sandbox repo public in September 22nd. On this commit, there are build helpers for HLX. We didn't realize what that was for until we learned what HLX was on March 24th of... Wait, the first HLX appearance was in 2020? Hold on. The first HLX appearance was in March of 2020? I thought it was 2021. Okay. So what happened then was we were all so excited about HLVR that we didn't realize that they had already started work on the next one. That's fucking wild. Yeah, but it's all made up. It's not happening, guys. Like, it's totally just like, I'm just hyping people up for no damn reason. Am I right, guys? I'm just making this shit up just to make money, I guess. Ah, man. It's okay. Nothing ever happens. Okay. So I guess, yeah, because I remember when we first figured out HLX, it was in April of 2021 when this happened. But I guess, like, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then here we have an unnamed person at Valve saying that between 2020 and 2023, they worked on level design, layouts, lighting, combat encounter, and puzzles. We're not naming names for who this is, but yeah, somebody on their CV, their whatever you want to call it. Yeah, from 2020 to 2023, they worked on level design, layouts, lighting, combat encounters, and puzzles. But that must have just been for Dota 2. Tyler's just making shit up. Tyler's just making shit up, you know? I don't believe in Half-Life at all. I think that Valve only works on Dota 2, and I don't think that's a uncommon thing to think. I think that this guy isn't working on Half-Life at all. Don't ask me about that. I am so okay with thinking that this is not at all something that Valve is working on. At all. I was told that by a guy at a dinner. So, okay. So here's a fun thing that happened. There were HLX references found within Sandbox, and I was told, Tyler, that's just how Valve does achievements. They're not working on anything. That's just how Valve does achievements. Okay. All right, man. This next song is donated by Corncube. So it looks like it almost certainly started development in 2020 and rumored to start development in 2019. But when everybody was working from home, everybody was scared about the world ending, Valve was like, oh shit, the world might be ending. I think it might be time. Oh shit, you're telling me the world might be ending? I think I know what it's time for. You know, that's what happened. That's all. It's probably what happened. So I want to point out a Gabe Newell quote. Do we have it here where Gabe says that people are working really efficiently? No, we don't have that quote here where, like, there's motivation to do something and people are, like, really motivated. And it's around the same time after the release of Half-Life Alyx that Gabe Newell comes out on record during an interview and says, you're a beautiful person with a charming personality. Yeah, everybody's real motivated to keep on working on stuff. And so, everybody's real motivated and they're working real efficient, they're working real efficiently. Like, but, I guess it's all just made up though, right? And if it doesn't get announced before Christmas, that means that it's all been fake this whole time. All right. So first public appearance of HLX, I guess, happened in March of 2020, right here. But the thing is, yeah, March of 2021 was the demo thing for HLX. That's the one that I remember. And then this happened. This is in Sandbox, an HLX testing thing. This was where we started thinking like, oh shit, is it not VR? Because there's a bunch of no VR stuff. All right, 2022. After desktop releases, we get a bunch of information. That's where we get squads. That's where we get feral stuff. That's where we get all the V-data stuff for things like NPCs and ammo and weapons. Greg Coomer confirms in an interview talking about Coomer! Greg Coomer in an interview with a Japanese publication talking about the Steam Deck says, quote, Valve has a lot of games in development, and that Half-Life Alyx is a sign that Valve has more to say about this world. But it's all made up, right? Here's an HLX proto-buff on June 9th, 2022. Interview with Mike Moraski. Oh, yeah. So I love Mike, and I don't like making him have to go through this all the time. But yeah, this did happen. In the mature chat room, can somebody just give me the clip real quick so I don't have to leave this page because I'm afraid it's gonna go away. Yeah, Mike actually made 2 oopsies, unfortunately. And if you watch the big documentary I made, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Whoopsie. And I love Mike, but we have to talk about this for a second because otherwise people are like, he deserves to be up on a fucking cross. It's like, okay. And I'm talking about me, not Mike. He said that to me at a dinner. So this happened. Also, if you're on YouTube, you can't hear it. I know you can't hear it on YouTube. I know you can't hear it on YouTube. I know. It's right in front of your face that you can't hear it on YouTube. I know. Okay. One more time. I love you, Mike. I'm so sorry. Like, come on, guys. Come on. All right, this next song was donated. Oh, it's still the same one. Okay. 25th anniversary, Half-Life. New soundscape mentions HLX directly. July 5th, another HLX. White Sands confirmed to be Deadlock. Half-Life 2 20th anniversary, and Valve says a whole bunch of stuff. So now we're in 2024, and they do the no-clip documentary. Hank Williams donated. Hank. Security alert. Illegal discussion of HLX detected in your block. Code. Cauterize. Stabilize. Get him, get him, get him. So, this section is really important to me because I worked really, really, really hard on a full-length documentary trying to, like, make sure everybody was on the same page for the rest of the year, and it seems like nobody fucking watched it, which is annoying, but what can you do? The whole, like, last 10 minutes was just made so that I could be like, right? And so I'm going to have to pull it up on YouTube. The video is called Half-Life 3, The Rise, Fall, and Rebirth. It's like 70 minutes long. And it's, I don't think, it is the best video I've ever made so far. And we're going to watch 10 minutes of it, or 8 minutes of it. I love it. I will temporarily give you ears. August 8th, 2022, the Steam Deck launches in Asian territories, and an interview with Famitsu was published with many different people who had a hand in developing the Steam Deck. Greg Coomer was asked a question on if Half-Life Alyx was representative of the future of the franchise. Quote, "I think that's a good idea.
Well, this is my video.
We love that world and want to continue to explore the Half-Life universe. Half-Life Alyx was a very fun game to make. As the creators of that world, it was fun to be able to go back there and tell more of the story. There were a lot of challenges in virtual reality, and it was interesting to solve them. Half-Life productions are always accompanied by technical innovations, so it was a big step in that sense as well. To return to the original question, the short answer is yes, Half-Life Alyx is a sign that Valve has more to say about that world." On August 28th, 2022, Valve superfan and likely the person with the largest collection of Valve materials, David McGravy, had acquired dozens of art prints from a contact at Valve Software while they were moving offices in 2017. Some of these art pieces depicting Episode 3, Half-Life 3, and the canceled Alex and Dog game that had elements evolve into Half-Life Alyx. On March 1st, 2023, Mark Laidlaw gives an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun, calling his release of Episode 3
I rewatch it every few weeks and it always gets me. Really well edited with the music from the end of HLX, very well done.
Thank you. Arranged. Quote, "I was living on an island, totally cut off from my friends and creative community. 3, Half-Life 3, and the canceled Alex and Dog game that had elements evolve into Half-Life Alyx." On March 1st, 2023, Mark Laidlaw gives an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun, calling his release of Episode 3 deranged. Quote, "I was living on an island, totally cut off from my friends and creative community of the last couple decades. I was completely out of touch and had nobody to talk me out of it. It just seemed like a fun thing to do, until I did it. Eventually, my mind would have calmed and I'd have come out the other side a lot less embarrassed. I think it caused trouble for my friends and made their lives harder. It also created the impression that if there had been an Episode 3, it would have been anything like my outline. Whereas, in fact, all the real story development can only happen in the crucible of developing the game. So what people got wasn't Episode 3 at all." Mike Moraski gave an interview in October of 2023.
And so I took those and pushed them just a little further, but used those in both the Half-Life games, game and the Portal games. And so that's what kind of ties it into the Kelly universe in a lot of ways.
What was that? Mike, I love you, but you only ever did music for Half-Life Alyx, right? In terms of Half-Life, it was just Alyx. So Deadlock goes into closed alpha in April of 2024, and the more people that get access to it, the more people can data mine the build. And it's in this build that things like the Zen Gorilla, the Zen Jellyfish, the Zen Swooper, the Feral Manhack, the Pentatank, the Off-World Workers, the Off-World Storks are all found. And the Half-Life 3 Further
starts
Fervor.
anew. On November 15th, 2024, for the 20th anniversary of Half-Life 2, Valve released a massive update to the old game and contracted out Danny O'Dwyer of NoClip fame to create a documentary about the development of that game. They were open about exactly where Episode 3 had gone, and they also seemed to be hinting towards the future.
I think like one of the things we have internally tended to attach to the Half-Life IP is innovation. Gameplay innovation is oftentimes enabled by a technological innovation. It's an interesting challenge moving forward to like think about what that means for future Half-Life stuff.
I think one of the things that was super rewarding about working on Alex was to see that community reaction, in particular, sort of what happens
to attach to the Half-Life IP is
also seemed to be hinting
talk about
towards
that in
the
a second.
future.
I think like one of the things we have internally tended
This is the most important part of this hour and 15-minute video. This is the most important part.
to attach to the Half-Life IP is innovation. Gameplay innovation is oftentimes enabled by a technological innovation. It's an interesting challenge moving forward to like think about what that means for future Half-Life stuff.
I think one of the things that was super rewarding about working on Alex was to see that community reaction, in particular, sort of what happens at the end, was something that we were much less confident in, perhaps, in terms of our ability to predict how people were going to react. And so, yeah, the reaction from people to the story and the narrative choices we made at the end have been really energizing, is probably the right term. And so we're really excited to keep going there.
I think that Half-Life represents a tool we have and promises made to customers to capitalize on innovation and opportunities to build game experiences that haven't been involved previously. And I think that there are no shortage of those opportunities facing us as an industry right now.
So I'm going to make a video about everything that you need to know, or that we know at all, about Half-Life 2 Episode 3. Now, when the episode model was first being shown to people, Valve thought that they would be able to release episodes for 4 to 6 months at a time. Now, it's been, I don't know, 4 years since Episode 2, and we still haven't seen Episode 3. So obviously there's something going on with that model. And it is now going to be turned into a much more involved, much larger Half-Life 3. In an interview, Lombardi had said, quote, "You will see more Half-Life. Gordon Freeman's adventures are not done. I have nothing to say today, but you have to hang in there with us." For all we know, it's 20 years later, Alex and Gordon are married and they have a kid, and you play as the kid, and the kid goes out and kills all the Combine advisors and find out that the Combine advisors is really just, you know,
Hey, I was told I could find some Valve enjoyers here. You know that one computer from the final hours of Half-Life Alyx? This one right here? Yeah, so I found that. So if you want to see a video about that, there will be a link to my channel in the description, Bringus Studios. Your boy Tyler even made it into my video.
Yeah, but it's fake. We made it up. We made it up. HLX is fake. I said it was fake from the very beginning. It's fake. It's so fake. Like, it doesn't exist. HLX doesn't exist. We made it up for hype. I'm just a hype guy. I'm just a hype guy. I just go on my Patreon because I'm just hype. I definitely haven't been doing this since I was literally 14 years old. It's just hype. It's just hype. I'm just leading you on. It's just hype, guys. Adios. All right, now we're going to continue with the actual part, like the point. So, look, it's around that time that Valve is kind of just like speaking like, the future of Half-Life is something that we think about a lot, and, it might be a thing that,
Been following since 2020 shortly after playing HLA, so I love the work you do. But can't believe Valve did all of this just for a CSGO
just for a Counter-Strike update. I know. So yeah, I saw what Mike said. I'm not even going to attempt to contact Mike right now because I might accidentally show something on screen.
Always tomorrow.
I'll DM Mike later. Me and Mike seems chill. We've talked back and forth quite a bit. Mike seems chill. Is his source real? No comment. I don't know. We're working on it. But it sounds like a different source spoke to him about this one, which makes me kind of sussy on that. But like, show something accidentally like what? Like our DMs, you dingus. What do you think I meant? Oh, he's got screenshots or something. No, like our DMs. Our DMs. Duh. Like, come on, guys. You're smarter than that. I know you are. Okay. HLX was added to the Jira bug tracker. Gabe Follower reports that friends and family have been starting to play it. July 28th, 2024. Mike Shapiro made that cryptic tweet. Here's an debug overlay. Here's FSR being added. Here's the thumper being seen. Here's liquids. Here's Jetminer $4.
If that slip up means what I think, then congrats. If it doesn't, then oops, egg on my face. Also, this
I don't know what
page
you're talking
says
about.
minimum clip $3, minimum tip for dollars. Might want to update the clip amount.
Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. We're moving on. So Gabe Follower found a way to be able to identify what internal groups at Valve. Tyler, you're a little chubby? No, I'm more than a little chubby, bud, and you're jealous of it. You're not half the man that I am, just size-wise. You probably are better than me in other ways, but size, I'm probably got you beat, right? Anywho, Gabe Follower found a way to be able to identify what internal groups existed at Valve and was able to just like check a whole bunch of them. What does that actually mean? Well, we talked about it a lot in the past. Effectively, Valve has groups internally that effectively decide who gets what communication at what time. There are 3 groups: HLX, 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 HLX Audio, and HLX Artists. When a Valve title gets far enough along into development, they separate out their groups into more specified things. The fact that it was all 3 of them means that this game has been in development for a few years. But no, it wasn't. It was made up. It was made up. It was all fake. So, and then we got the official confirmation that it's not a VR game. Thank Christ. And then a bunch of industry insiders started talking about stuff. Like me. Can I not? Come on. Did I really lose access? Yeah, the board's gone. What happened? I think we crashed Miro, unfortunately. I think Miro got crashed. I don't think this is a Valve, like, banhammer kind of situation because, like, we've been working on this Miro for, like, a year. And we've talked about it in videos for a long time. So, oh, we do have a downloadable version? Good. Okay, we'll get back to it here in a second. We do have a downloadable version. We have a backup as recent as the 18th. Good. Sick. All right, good job, guys. Okay, it's not the full it's not like the board as a board. It's a PDF of high-res screenshots of the board itself. We do have something called an RTB file, which I'm unfamiliar with. And we do have this. Okay, so it's going to be hard to read some of this. It might be 2 parts. What's the best way? Pick the 20 megabyte PDF file, not the 2 megabyte one. Okay, it wasn't the full thing, I thought. All right. Where can we... It's a good call that we backed it up. So what I think I'm going to do is convert this to PDF into PNGs because it's just going to be way too cumbersome and annoying to... Is this everything? This doesn't look like everything. Oh, it might... yeah, it might be everything. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that might be everything. Okay. Tyler, before I got a DM on Twitter, Tyler, before Valve executes you, can I borrow $4? Okay, finally. It took a while to convert. Those must be high-resolution images then. And I can't read them at all. Shit. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Tori, okay.
Here, you can give this to the Twitter
Hey,
person.
thank you. That's funny.
Hope.
So okay, hold on. Did we lock it down and make it invite only? Is that why I can't get on the board? Miro just died. So we got a fake request. Did they take down the board? Anyways, we got a fake request, apparently, that David Spare is requesting access for the board. That's a longtime Valve employee. So, like, did Miro crash? Is that what happened? Like, what actually happened here? Did Miro crash, or did was the board taken offline? Miro's working fine on other boards? Huh. I mean, the IGN article definitely gave it an absurd amount of traction. That's true. Would Miro ever, like... Would Miro ever, like, oh, this board is getting way too much traffic, we're gonna just... If it was taken down, that's stupid, because that's Valve confirming it. That's very strange. Yeah, nobody that's actually on the Miro team received an email of a takedown of any kind. I don't think it was I don't think it was taken down, by the way. I think it got a shit ton of traffic all at once because of that IGN article. And something broke. I think that's what happened. Because here's the thing about Miro, right? It tracks every individual user's mouse cursor. And if you're logged in, it tracks each individual user's cursor and, like, activity and stuff. Oh, only editors can? Well, then It has to be doing some tracking of each individual's. Check VC text its Miro's backend. Oh, it's a 500 error. Yeah, it's a backend error. Valve had nothing to do with it. It's a backend error. It's a backend error. Thank you. It's a backend error. All right. Cool. Valve did not take it down. That is so not... Here's the thing, right? Even modern Valve, who is a bit more litigious than they've been in the past, you know, like taking down like CS Legacy and making Team Fortress 2 Classic like rename themselves and shit. Them taking down community investigation of data mines and stuff is absolutely not at all what Valve would do. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. This next song was donated by Cabbage077.
Pictures from life's other side.
Just want to give a quick shout out to Hank Williams Sr., the best to ever do it.
In the world's mighty galleries of pictures,
The best to ever do it.
hang the scenes that are painted from life.
I couldn't care less about modern like stadium country music, but vintage country, silver country, everything from like Hank Williams all the way up to Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson, like even Cash's late in life albums. It, you know. Oh, we're getting rated by Freelancer? I don't know what that means. But thank you. Welcome. So, we're kind of like stun-locked a bit. We're kind of stun-locked right now. You mentioned you had an RTB file. That means you can import a new board and restore it easy peasy. Oh, is that what that is? Okay, hold on. We'll do that then. Oh, mute YouTube. Shit. You see, you guys complain so you can hear the thing, and then I forget. Fuck. All right, well, the YouTube VOD is dead. Oh, well. I'm recording locally, so it's fine. PDF has full res stuff you can zoom in. Well, if I can just take the RTB file and just open it on Miro. I don't even know if Hank Williams is considered copywritten, if I'm going to be honest. Check VC text again. All right. Did something get leaked on Reddit? I don't think so. God, I have to pee so bad. But putting these in-ears was a pain. I gotta pee. All right. Yeah. I gotta pee. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. I'm not used to the in-ears just yet, so... Love Hank Williams. So apparently there's a Reddit thing going on. Somebody's claiming to have leaked something on Reddit. I can almost guarantee you it's fake, but I am curious, so I am going to look at it. And we're also not entirely sure what happened with the board thing. It's almost certainly a crash of some sort due to high traffic. But just in case, on the very, very off chance that it is Valve, we're not going to keep looking at it until we know for sure. Okay, so I'm on Reddit, and the first thing I see is from Neruda_USCIS. The issue between HLX and GabeCube date pushback. This is complete speculation. I don't listen to Tyler McVicker, most annoying person ever, or any other leaker. Thank you for the 8. Oh, that's not been in genuine development for a very long time. You're just talking about, I think very much in his intention to release HLX with a Steam machine. I don't have any doubt about that. However, I think the current issue with the world tariffs, price on components, shortage, data centers, Valve's going to reevaluate. I don't know about that. This is fake. Yeah, this is fake. It's at first I was like, oh, huh. Yeah, this is fake. Yeah, it says White Sands Proto. White Sands was confirmed to not be HLX associated at all. So this is just taking known stuff from like the mural board and shit and just like, this is nothing. This is fake. White Sands is not that. All right. So, no. I've been edging to Half-Life 3 announcement hype for a few days, and I can't complete until it comes out. Oh, dear God, help me. Well, you might be stun-locked for a little while, because it's Valve software. You know, you never know when shit's actually going to happen like that. Okay, well, the stream is kind of stun-locked right now. This next song was from Corncube, by the way. What is this? They're just posting rare Tylers now? I don't know what to do now because that was what we were going to do today. And now I'm like, there is a very, very small chance that Valve is like, no, we don't want that anymore. That doesn't sound like Valve at all, but scroll down the subreddit. All right, well, I'm not going to show you because I don't know what the hell gets posted here, but introduce daily discussion threads already. That's a good idea. Excuse me. Oh, now they're saying November 21st is the day to look out for. Next week is not, look, the week of Thanksgiving is not going to have anything in it. Period. That week is just ignore that week. That week is not going to have anything.
Hyper McLiar. He just said that on stream. It was all about hype, but since he was live and postmodern, not all people will get it. This is the worst sub ever. Big HEV shoe Lamau. Coping levels critical. It's the Game Awards. We don't know that. As you can see by my username, I'm a chronic D1 Olympic gooner. And because of that, from now on, I'm not busting one until they announce Half-Life 3. And you might be able to break your porn addiction because of Valve. Jesus Christ. This next song was from Drin. Cut the balls off of whoever did this. I gotta say, this... Jesus Christ. This subreddit's popping off, huh? Gabe Follower became so annoying with those sarcastic tomorrow tweets. And also, Tyler is super annoying in his streams, not gonna lie. He became like that annoyed bad teacher. I'll take it. I did. 100% did. And yet, there's 4,000 people here. You don't have to be here. Why are you here? You don't have to be here. Somebody's okay, come on. Don't start drinking again, because come on. Don't start drinking again, guys. Come on. Thank you. Release Half-Life 3 or Graham gets fed to the wolves. I'm just scrolling through all the posts on Half-Life in post order. And this is... It actually... you want to know something about this? I'm looking at all this Reddit stuff, right? It's making me feel better. Xbox says he might have an app ID. Yeah. I have a suspicious Source 2 app ID, but I don't know what project it is yet. I have a feeling that wasn't meant to be public, guys. Let's not make Xpaw's life really hard, all right?
Show it. There is nothing to show. It's just it's this. Who at Valve was supposed to reveal HLA at TGA? I actually don't know. If I had to guess, it would be Robin Walker. You found the app ID? All right, this next song was from War Chicken Zero. Do we actually? No, we don't know an app ID. If we do, so here's the thing. If we get an app ID, if we genuinely get an app ID, that makes this very interesting, because XPaw said it wasn't public. Oh, okay. Well, then we're not going to get it. Thank you. XPaw said it isn't Half-Life. Oh. Did he? While I have your attention, the app ID everyone is coping about is not Half-Life. Yeah, that doesn't mean that the app ID he thinks is suspicious isn't Half-Life. He's saying that the one... Hold on. Thank you. No, he's saying that the one that everybody's already, like, kind of going out about. They're always humorous. They're never the serious ones. What does that mean? What the hell is going on YouTube? All right, you need to take a break. The YouTube chat is always awful. Why can't I copy paste? There you go. Thank God. So what XPaw is saying... Tyler Bones. You're saying Tyler Bones? Why are you saying Tyler Bones? You're gone. Why are you saying Tyler Bones? So, okay, what I think is happening in XPaw, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you're here or not. I know sometimes you are. Shout out to XPaw. You're a good dude. Thank you for all the actual work you do. So I'm not sure. What my interpretation of what XPaw is saying is that there is a non-public app ID that he's aware of that seems suspicious, but there's another app ID that everybody's coping about that isn't Half-Life at all. That's what I think is happening. All right, this next song was from Easy to Beat 1. It's not Bones, it's a slur word in Russian. Oh, cool. Well, they're gone. Yeah, there have been a few app IDs that people have been freaking out about for a while. And it's apparent that, you know, it's not that, so. Could be a tech demo for the frame for all I know. Yes, it's Source 2. Well, there aren't any demos for the frame. There's 0 demos for the frame. They straight up confirmed that. It could be a demo made by an external studio, but usually those don't run on Source 2. I still think there are demos. Okay. But you think they're not internally developed at Valve then? Lily 3D, thank you for the 4. Oh, yeah, so to answer the question, why would an app ID be important? Well, it's because we can see whenever they push an update internally. We can track dev progress. Why do Twitch users glaze Tyler? I don't know, but YouTube users balance it out, and I look at both chats, so... Internal deadlock beta? No, we actually know what the internal deadlock beta app IDs are. I doubt a demo made externally would use source 2. I agree, but again, just turn off YouTube comments? No, I need the balance. I really need to fight the egotism that I went through during Half-Life Alyx. You know, I know that I'm capable of, like, falling back into that. So seeing glaze and then people telling me to, you know, hurt myself, it balances it out. Soon did I type situation? I don't actually know what... I don't actually know what soon did I genuinely means. Somebody that loves you but is mean to you or something like that? Ban the crazies? I do ban the worst of the worst. I do ban the worst of the worst. Like the people who genuinely tell me to Minecraft myself and stuff. Or like the kinds of people that like threaten gun violence and shit. Yeah, so it is what I interpreted. He's not saying that the sussy one isn't possibly Half-Life. He's saying that the one everybody's talking about, which is 106-3600, isn't Half-Life, and he's confirming that. This next one is from Hellcatfish. They just found a random unlisted app ID, and people went, yeah. Not for the first one. Not for the first one. Is this another one of those it's made to look like it's from the past things? This is George Clayton. I've been young. Yeah, there's a lot of those. Is this an actual old song, or is this a song made to feel old? Yeah, it's new. That's sick. He emerged out of the vaporwave scene. Oh, did he? Oh, is Esper... Oh, okay, I do know this guy. Cool. Any idea what 106-3600 is? Something that's not even associated with Valve. E-Spirit, yeah, I remember E-Spirit. Yeah, the sound itself doesn't sound super old, but like... It's good, though. Do we know the sus app ID? No. No. The rain machine is an excellent touch. Miro's back up? Throw away. I think the board's already back. No. It's still down. Might be a location thing. Board is still down. All right. One of my favorite SFM's animations, absolutely. We had the artist of them in the chat a couple days ago. Might still be here, I don't know. Man, this video is fucking mesmerizing me. €5. Hey, Tyler, first time catching a stream. I don't use Twitch or watch streams. Keep up the good work. God bless from the UK. Thanks so much. This is a great song. New content made to look like it came out in the past. I'm about to completely take over that genre. What do I think the price of HLX will be? I have no idea. George Clayton be looking like my father-in-law. George Clayton be looking a lot like my father-in-law. What the hell? Hey, Leck? Can you come here? Somebody just introduced me to a musician named George Clayton who's doing the whole make new media that looks like it came out in the past thing. Who's he look like?
That looks like my dad.
It looks just like your dad. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. It looks like your young dad. Do you have that photo of young him? I want to prove what I'm talking about.
That picture doesn't look like him.
I know, but like this one does. This guy looks just like her dad. How's the DVD player going? We're still trying to hook it up. I don't know. Like, look at this one. Look at that. That's wild. We're pulling up a picture of Electra's dad just to, like, prove to you that I'm not freaking out for no reason.
You can pull up a picture of Matt Damon. I don't know. Which one do I show? I have this one, but...
No. Bro can data mine for 8, but can't set up a DVD player. I have no idea what I'm doing with the DVD players, man. What's your favorite piece of Half-Life merch / props? Oh, piece of merch? My favorite piece of merch is something that you can't buy. I don't know if you can see it right there, but it's a life-size wearable replica of the civil protection helmet that Electra had commissioned for me for Christmas a couple of years ago by a member of the chat. So this was made for me by a viewer that Electra commissioned and got for me for Christmas. Okay, well, literally any photo of your dad. Like, I want to show them that I'm not crazy. This dude looks like your dad. Has Electra seen the acclaimed 2005 film Electra? Yes, she has. Tyler was watching a video of yours from before HLA got announced, and you said that Valve gives different announcement dates so they know if one gets spoken, you can point. Yeah, it's called a canary trap. I don't think she wants to show. No, there's a photo in particular that I'm thinking of that she can't find. Oh, she found it. Okay. So this is a photo of her dad when her dad...
It shows Matt Damon, too.
Right, okay, yeah. So this is a photo of her dad. This is his senior photo, right?
Mm,
So how old do you think he is there? Like 18?
probably.
Okay. So this is Electra's dad. Oh. This is Electra's dad. That's Electra's dad.
Tyler, they cannot see that at all.
That's Electra's dad. That's what this musician looks like. That's Electra's dad. That's this musician. It's the same person. That's the same guy. Especially like, it's the same guy.
They can't see that at all.
I'm really doing a bad job of this, but like, whatever. So like, that's Electra's dad. And her family always says that Electra's dad looks like a young Matt Damon.
I look like a girl version of my dad.
Her dad was handsome as hell, man. No, that looks like I called this person's daughter into the room and go, who does that look like? And she went, looks like my dad.
There's my dad with my mom.
And there's George Clayton. It's the same guy. Wait, Tyler, I've always thought you reminded me of Matt Damon.
You do not look anything like Matt Damon at all. I'm looking at you right now. You do not look like Matt Damon.
But no, this George Clayton guy though. Hell yeah.
Bible wish.
Real quick, look at this music video. I'm just gonna like scroll through it real quick. They got the rain machine. They got the low FPS dancing. Look at that. That's your dad in the rain.
That looks nothing. No, that looks nothing like my dad. Just that one picture does.
You're wrong. That's your dad. That's your dad. Yeah, if her and I have a kid, it's just gonna be Matt Damon. When we have a kid, he's gonna make Good Will Hunting.
Do you ever like think, oh, we have a kid and it looks nothing like us, but it looks like a exact replica of like 4 generations ago in your family?
What, like Back to the Future 3?
I don't know.
Tyler look like the JD Vance meme?
I hope they don't have a big head. That's all. That's all. Alright, bye.
Bye, I love you.
You scared me. Love you.
I love you. Bye. Still got to get used to these. Would you react to a video here if I shared it? No, I apologize. Thoughts on I Am a Mountain by Coldplay? I like the song a lot. It could have been so much more. The live version that leaked from them performing it in a sound check was so much better than how the released version was mixed. Because it sounded like Death and All His Friends from Viva La Vida. Do you ever just open Valve's YouTube and keep F5ing? IEMs are hard to place in the ear. They are, I guess, for me, because, like, I just have massive fucking ear holes. And I'm using the biggest thing it came with, and I'm trying to get a seal, and it's really hard to do. This one, it goes in fine. This one is like, it is a gaping ear hole. And I gotta get used to it because I like these IEMs a lot. Gotta get some foam tips. These are the biggest rubber tips they came with, man. I don't know. IEMs suck. Well, I don't like the headphones that I usually wear because they really fuck with my hair. You have a lovely match. You guys are, you have a lovely wife. You guys are a match. Thank you so much. New Valve tweet, transgender Gordon Free woman. Based? Stock IEM tips suck. I had it working and now it's not. Oh my God, I'm shoving it too far into my head. I'm literally shoving it so far that it goes, whap! Now it's sealed if I only put it in halfway. Like trying to hit my E spot or something. I was overdoing it. So what's my favorite Half-Life SFM? Yeah, so that Sabrina Carpenter live stream, thank you. So that was TF2. That was dumb of me. That was TF2. This is my favorite Half-Life SFM. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That was Left 4 Dead. That was my fault. That was Left 4 Dead. That's my fault. That was Left 4 Dead. That was my fault. My favorite Half-Life SFM is probably this one. Guys, I think he's doing a bit. Wait for the twist. Thanks for being a dynamite friend. Fucking love Anonymous. You know, someone said, I bet he watches Skibbity Toilet because there are some people that just isn't their thing. And that's totally fine if this isn't your thing. You're allowed for this to not be your thing. Here's the thing about that. I've never seen Skibbity Toilet. Genuinely have never seen Skibbity Toilet in my life. I have never seen it. I've only ever seen the very first one. I haven't seen any of the following ones. Okay, but genuinely, the best Half-Life SFM is this one. Oh, you can't see it. Right. I can't tell you the number of times I've watched these. I cannot tell you the number of times I've just watched through his whole channel multiple times in a day. Like, whenever I'm feeling shitty, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, this one's fucking fantastic. I love this one. They're all so good. What's another fantastic one? I mean, they're all just absolutely phenomenal, but you need to go watch them yourself. But, like, something that we used to do all the time on this channel is just watch the dumb stuff playlist, which is all his, like, unfinished videos. Hmm. You know, there's that. I've been watching a lot of SFM to pass the time lately, you know, when I'm not working or whatever. There was one TF2 guy that turned out watches me, like he's been commenting and shit, but I like already discovered him when I was already watching. I forget what it's called though. I might not have it on this list. It's not here. I might follow him on TikTok. He does like random, like really like short form TF2 SFM memes. Heavy is Dead is peak. I think we're gonna have to watch this now. Pretty sure that they're in chat literally right now. Krieg Kills Reality is who I'm talking about, yeah. Oh yeah, spoilers for Half-Life Alyx's ending. Again, spoilers for the ending of Half-Life Alyx. Spoilers for the end of Half-Life Alyx. This is your final warning. If you actually legitimately don't know, I am warning you. Half peeps, you killed it. Oh, that was good shit. Yo. I don't know if I would consider Field Intensity canon, but yes, I've played it. It's good. It's a good mod. That was a good video. Miro's backup got restored. Cool. Well, we have been streaming for a long time. Miro's not back, then what's this? If Valve's office is closed, that's not how Valve works. If you want to live at Valve's offices, you can. If you work for them. It's a backup loaded into a different board. Yes, I understand that. Do people live in Valve's offices? I don't think so. Was there a show and tell redeemed forever ago? Ooh. Yes, there was. Well, I already talked about the helmet, so. What are your thoughts on Stargate getting a new show before HL3? I don't know what Stargate is. Stargate SG-1. It got announced today. Stargate SG-1 is a military science fiction show. Series premiered in July 27th of 1997. Moved to Sci-Fi Channel in 2002. Finished airing 10 years later, 2007. Okay, so the first 3 seasons fit within the timeline of the time travel show, I guess. What are your thoughts on when you step on a wet floor with a sock? I hate that. That sucks. So is Stargate good? SGU is not. SG-1 and SGA. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is this Oh, there's a franchise. There's a franchise. Okay. I don't have a favorite. Okay, so there's Stargate SG-1. There's Stargate Atlantis. There's Stargate Universe. There's Stargate Infinity. And there's Stargate Origins. So what do I watch? What do I actually watch of this show? That's just SG-1? Okay, well, if I love TNG, will that love transfer over at all? Yes? No. Not really. Kinda. More guns, though. Kind of, yes. Uh-huh. Oh, Kratos is a main character. Interesting. Okay, York Weepus. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Bro, you don't know Stargate? You're so done. I know that I have had the opportunity to purchase this show on DVD multiple times and haven't because I didn't know what it was. I have found the DVD sets of this show at thrift stores for very, very cheap. Fortnite is partnering with Quentin Tarantino to release the Lost Kill Bill chapter Sword of Lamau. That's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard. You watch the movie SG-1 to Season 7, then you intermingle with Atlantis, and then movies Arc of Truth and Continuum, then Stargate Universe. Stargate is brilliant, and one of the great classic sci-fis, in my opinion. The website Gate World has a perfect watch order on it. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Do you think I have that kind of time? If I'm going to keep streaming to y'all as long as I have been, do you think I have that kind of time? Yes? I do after HLX? Yeah, that's a good point. Watch them on stream? No. So they announced a new Stargate show. Is what happened today. Train an AI Tyler McVicker to deny HLX rumors and then go watch Stargate. Stargate TV series from Martin Garrow based on sci-fi franchise ordered by Amazon. I mean, that's exciting for people that like it, but at the same time, it's like we all watched the first season of Picard and Discovery and like Amazon has good shows. Yo, thank you for the 4. Well, Opposing Force isn't canon for the most part. Black Mesa did get nuked. That did happen, but Opposing Force and Blue Shift are only really canon-ish. I know Picard ended well, and I know Strange New Worlds is okay. I don't really want to watch it. Yeah, I know Miles is actually on Strange New Worlds. Miles Dobson, one of my moderators, is literally in Strange New Worlds. But like, I don't know. I like TNG. I like the original series because it's cheese, and never. It's a real game, and it'll be out soon-ish. Stargate has cheese. Yeah, well, I like the original series because it's cheese, but it's also very well written cheese. TNG is just fucking incredible. It's just amazing. Like, there are episodes of TNG where you're just like, okay. Deep Space Nine is better than TNG. I've never actually given Deep Space Nine a chance. I really want to, this is true, I really want to put my Plex server on my CRT television downstairs in the 90s room so that I can, because I have the Blu-rays of TNG ripped in 4x3, and I want to watch them on my CRT downstairs. Like, act like it's the 90s. Because I like to do that. I own a bunch of TNG tapes. And those are fun. You know, what are you gonna do? I am Star Trek Voyager. I've not seen Voyager. I've not seen Enterprise. I've not seen Deep Space Nine. I've seen the original series, and I've seen The Next Generation. Can you start with Star Trek The Next Generation? Yes, you absolutely can start with Star Trek The Next Generation. There's a website called Let's Watch Star Trek that's very good, that tells you which episodes are very skippable. When will we get back to being schooled on the Miro? I think tomorrow, because I have completely lost all steam. I got so goddamn tired out of nowhere. I got so tired. Did you see the latest Mike Straw? Yes, I did. I'm just tired. I've run out of steam. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning, so I've been working for 12 hours straight. Like, genuinely been working for 12 hours straight. So, yeah, I gotta say, like, this has been an incredibly rewarding period of time to be me. And the best way of being able to illustrate that is I've been going to bed at like 10 and waking up at like 6:30 or 7, like an adult. And I feel great. I genuinely feel the best I've felt. I haven't been able to get to the gym very much because I'm doing this in the evening every day. Yeah, I'm really enjoying my work lately, and like making videos and doing research and talking to people, answering all these emails I'm getting. I'm working on the TF Files video, and I was working on the TF Files this morning. I was working a little bit on Time Travel Show, which is, you know, I'm not even gonna, you know, what are you gonna do? But yeah, I've actually like loved getting out of bed in the morning and working. And it's crazy because you'd think I'd be terrified, like, oh, what if Valve doesn't make their deadline? But I'm just like, you know, I've been through this before. It is not, this is not my first rodeo. It's whatever, man. If you freak out, you don't like me anymore, that's fine. You don't have to like me. We're good. It's totally cool. But if you do like me, I appreciate it. And I'm going to try and keep making cool stuff for you to enjoy and watch while we all just kind of sit around and wait. And, you know, if the hold on. You know, if you get your enjoyment out of just like watching dumb, like if you like hate watching me or you want to just like throw insults at me or whatever, you can do that. It's totally fine. Um, um, yeah. Mods, can you check what I just put in the serious chat, please? Tom just sent me something interesting looking, but I don't think it's real. If John is still here, I'd want you to look at it. Don't get your hopes up. It's almost certainly nothing, and even if it is real, it's barely anything. Yeah, that might be that. Oh, this was publicly posted already? Okay, then never mind. So someone on 4chan is pretending to leak concept art, claiming it to be from Half-Life. Tom, yes, that is AI generated. That is not real. Tom, that is very AI generated. I'm not even going to show that one. That is so very obviously from Sora. Show it? No, fuck that. But yeah, I mean, it looks better than the previous fakes. I will say that. Was this posted in the Cope channel? I don't want to be the first one to show this publicly because I don't want to be liable for it. I'm going to wait for somebody else to do it first, and then I'll talk about it. Yeah, you see, that is the problem in the world we currently live in because of how, you know, AI makes everything more complicated. Bro, just show it? No. It's not how this works. No, it has been posted. Yeah, they found the post. Tom was the one to post it in the Cope channel. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Grok found it. Not Twitter Grok, but somebody named Grok found it. Archie MP3, thank you. So, gonna be real. Jet Miner. Hell yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Here's the thing, right? Like, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Right? But look, I'm going to say this is the most convincing fake if this is fake. If this one is fake, which it might more than likely be based on, you know, everything. Like, they had armed fucking guards at Valve when they had the press try the hardware. It is very, 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 very easy to make fake concept art, especially with AI tools. It just looks like it's in the style. You see, that's the problem, is it's in that style. It doesn't look like anything from Half-Life. Could be from Left 4 Dead, actually. Please zoom in on Walk C. What you want to see, the clarity of the text. That looks, I mean, that looks like pretty clear text. That looks like a person wrote that. Someone on the 4chan thread said only old heads remember this one or can recognize that. So is this like something from a really old... Is this like just real art from another Valve project that I... Is this Alien Swarm? The reverse search turned up nothing. I forgot about Alien Swarm. Yeah, so did Valve. Okay, I'm getting sick of seeing this, I'll tell you what. If you think I'm at all like Homelander, I don't like you. Because no, I'm not. Ashley Amber, $4. Oh, okay. Man, I am never going to be ahead of the music donations. We have an hour and 18 minutes of music. No matter how much I listen to it, it keeps going. And that's fine. Like, I'm not going to complain. But at the same time, it's like, holy shit. Someone says it's from Raising the Bar. This doesn't look... Wait, is... What? No? No, it's not from Raising... What the fuck? No, it's not. I mean, like, I've read Raising the Bar so many times over the years. Like, I don't own it, like a PDF of it, but like... Huh. Look, I'm going to be honest, right? Like, this is, like, it's a cool... It's cool. Like, it's cool. That's pretty cool. Like, can we all, like, when I saw this, I was like, oh, damn. Like, can we at least all agree, like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like, oh, it's a head crab that, like, goes in, like, that's pretty neat. That is very sick looking enemy type. I don't think this is AI generated. I genuinely don't think this is AI generated. If it is, Lord help us. Tom, where did you get timed out from? It's not AI, you can tell. That's what I'm telling myself. I don't think AI is that good either. If it's from the new Raising the Bar, that's cool. But, like, it's also probably fake. Like, this is probably fake. Right? Like, it's probably fake. Who is Walk C? No, this is like Walk Cycle C. This is like how they would okay. So, like, here's the thing. We talked about 2 HLX Files episodes ago, how the AI generated nonsense stuff of like old Alex and shit made no sense because it's like concept art has a purpose. Ashley Amber, $4. Hi. Concept art has a purpose. And the thing is, right, like nothing that they were showing was like at all purposeful in terms of concept art. It was just like cool. It was just like meant to look like, oh, there's Alex. Oh, there's Gordon. Whereas this is very obviously, you know, one of many walk cycle concept types where it's just like, okay, how will this one walk? Like, okay, so we have this enemy type. How is it going to locomote? How is it going to move? And so this is, I guess, the third type, like just the third thing, the third kind way of moving. Yeah, this looks like some kind of like jean denim material. It's a barrel. Man, if this is AI, I'm pissed. Cause like it's AI. If it's yeah. Quote, I told you security guards lined the halls during my Valve visit. CNET's Scott Stein can back me up, but I've never seen guards during previous Valve trips. And maybe they were only there that day. Steve from Gamers Nexus told me he didn't see any when he visited. I can confirm it's not in Raising the Bar. So we don't know where this is from. The corner is probably reference images. I don't know. Why does it look like that? Why does it have shadows on it or whatever? Don't refresh the 4chan thread. No, I'm done looking at it. It's fine. I'm not going back onto 4chan. I'm not. A YouTuber starts looking at a 4chan thread. The worst thing you can do is refresh that thread while live. Are you kidding me? I'm not that dumb. I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid. Ashley Amber 4. Mike Straw tweet. Yeah, I see that. Mike is saying that the date that he was told was in this year. Mike, you should, Mike, there's too much noise. There's too much noise going on right now. There's too much noise going on right now. There's too much and chaos and people trying to like throw their own fun into this. Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna end for now, and we will be back tomorrow. Is Mike Straw a reliable source? I don't know who that is. they're a person that very obviously cares about their reputation and how they're viewed in the game, the greater gaming landscape, because they have like legitimate podcasts and stuff that they have, like, you know. Anyways, that art looks sick as hell. It's probably fake, but I like the look of it. The Miro board's been down since IGN talked about it. We were able to get through like the big Miro board stuff. Like the most important stuff, but IGN more like IG stupid. Oh, man, that burn. All right, what time am I planning on streaming tomorrow? I don't know. I mean, do I have a usual time? Oh, Tyler, could the new Steam app ID be related to TF maybe? Yeah, that's possible. XPA would have to be willing to... share more information about it, and I don't think that's happening. What if there's an announcement when you're not streaming, then we immediately go back live? If there's an announcement when I'm not streaming, then we immediately go live again. I wasn't live when the tweet went up announcing Half-Life Alyx, but then I immediately went back online. Oh, and we're getting raided by like 300 people. Oh, damn. Generator Fragd. I'm literally trying to wrap up. Oh, shoot. What if I'm in the shower during the announcement? Well, then you're going to have to wait until I get out of the shower. Welcome, everybody. My name is Tyler McVicker, the Passionate Gamer. I'm just your friendly neighborhood hype merchant, and I'm here to tell you that HLX is a real thing, but we don't know when it'll be announced. Current prevailing rumor is that Valve wants to be able to announce it before the end of the calendar year. Valve usually goes on break around somewhere between December 12th and December 16th, so we're looking at that time, between today and that time period. The week of Thanksgiving is not going to be one where anything happens at all. And yeah, we've just been talking about all of the reasons why we know it's real, and we were only able to get about halfway through it. We're going to be continuing that tomorrow. Generator, thank you so much for the oh my God, I've been streaming for 4 hours for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who's new here. Hi, I'm Tyler McVicker. You might have known me. You might have used to watch me under the name Valve News Network. I haven't been that. I haven't been Valve News Network since 2020, but I did used to go by the name Valve News Network. So maybe you know me from that. Or maybe you know me from the types of shit that I do on TikTok, which have gone viral twice. And it's this. And yes, because we got raided, I'm making you watch this. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will not hear it. So I've been re-uploading old clips from a public access show I did in the late 90s on WTMV Cleveland, back when online streaming was very, very new. In the late 90s, I used to do a television show on WTMV Cleveland called the Passionate Gamer Program. And we used to play PC games. We used to take phone calls from viewers. We used to get faxes from viewers. And I found a whole bunch of
tapes of the old show, and so I've been taking clips from that show and putting them up on TikTok. I'm 28, and the show takes place. That I actually do the show today, and it's all meant to take place back in the 90s. And I have a whole set, a whole room in my basement where not a single thing in that room is from after 9/11. All the equipment we use is from the time period, including the computers, the cameras, the phones, everything. And if you're watching it live, you can call. You can get added to my AIM buddy list because we built AOL Instant Messenger and it works again. You can send faxes. You can send images through the fax machine. We also have a talking robot that you control what he says. It's called the Passionate Gamer Program. Follow this Twitch page if you're at all interested in that. Also, I used to be Valve News Network. I'm not just Tyler McVicker, the Passionate Gamer. I was called the Passionate Gamer because I once said on YouTube that Valve wasn't making Half-Life 3. And then Valve went, you need to take everything Tyler says with a grain of salt, as he doesn't actually have any inside sources. Huh? 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 Anyways, I'm genuinely wrapping up. I see that the person who rated Generator Fredge cried during Half-Life Alyx and just finished Half-Life 2. Welcome to the club. I finished those games. I finished Half-Life 2 like 15 years ago, and I finished Half-Life Alyx the day it came out. So I don't think it's going. I don't know. The rumor is a 2025 release. The rumor is that Valve wants to announce it in 2025. HLX. However, we don't know if they're going to be able to actually hit that deadline. So an announcement in early 26 is just as possible. So keep your hopium meters at a regular level, but have as much fun as you can during this very special time in our community. Thank you. Oh, also, Valve Software offered me a free HTC Vive back in 2016. I didn't see the email for 2 years and ended up buying one with my own money. That's a true story. So if people still reference this guy missed out on a free Vive, that's what that means. What's another inside meme thing that we do? I mean, I'm the Passionate Gamer, you know. Oh, soup, right. So the gravity gun in Half-Life, if you push the button and you're not pointing at anything, goes, soup. 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 Right? And so all of our fans here, everybody here, I personally have one of those spicy flavors of autism called crowbar autism. I assume that many others in our community also have crowbar autism. And the way that people with crowbar autism can identify each other is by one person saying, and then the other person going, soup. So if I'm ever like, then the whole chat needs to say soup. Right? I also like, I love Half-Life. I love Portal. I love Team Fortress 2. I love the 90s. I love old PC games. I love id Software. I love Doom. Jetminer, $4. Oh, urinal shitting. Right. Valve has this problem where, unfortunately, so people at Valve are very iffy on me, whether or not they actually like me or they care for me or they even know of me. Like there's a wide spectrum of people's reactions and responses to my existence. However, there was an incident that took place that a few people were actually willing to talk to me about, and it was one of the bathrooms. You would consider it the second floor bathroom. It's actually like the 8th floor bathroom because their offices are different, or like, their ground floor is actually like the 8th floor or whatever. Their second floor bathroom, the men's bathroom, has a problem where somebody keeps shitting in all of the urinals. I know this sounds like a bit. This is not a bit. And it's happening so frequently that it is like detrimental to employee like well-being and stuff. And a couple of people have told me about it because they wanted me to spread the word to like get people to like know about the urinal shitting bullshit.
The crazy thing was they started like having people kind of keep watch and making sure that like they were able to identify when or where it was happening. But like it would literally just like in the blink of an eye, a urinal wouldn't have shit in it, and then all of a sudden the urinal has shit in it. And so people started speculating internally at Valve that somebody was literally bringing in the shit to quickly just place in the urinal so that they can get away with it quickly. And so the meme in the community is there's a man at Valve with a Tupperware full of shit. And the crazy thing is, right? So Valve's lobby is technically something anybody can enter. Like you just ride the elevator up and you can get there. But you need a key, you need like a card, like an employee badge to scan to get into deeper into the offices, obviously. And fun fact, they started having to do that because somebody genuinely passed the lobby that like years and years ago, somebody was able to just get in pretty easily just by like, nodding and, but so the crazy thing is the bathroom where the urinal shitting is taking place is deep enough inside of the offices that you would need a badge, right? As far as I know, they've checked security camera footage of people entering and exiting the bathrooms, but like it doesn't seem to line up. Somebody was crazy and was like, what if somebody's literally crawling through like a fucking air vent or like through the drop ceiling just to get in so that the camera doesn't get them or something? And so, yeah, Valve's having this major problem where pretty much every time anybody goes to take a piss at Valve software, a man goes to take a piss at Valve software, there is a not insignificant chance that they're going to be met with somebody's shit in the urinal. And then the poor fucking like janitors have to clean this shit up, literally. I wouldn't say, I don't actually know the frequency in which this happens. I just know it happens frequently enough that it's like really harming people's mental well-being, and also I'm making that whole story up. So that's a meme that's going on in our community where randomly somebody just was like, hey, can you tell us about the urinal shitting? And I just made up a story. So I made that whole thing up. That's entirely made up. Yeah, so that never happened. I completely made that up. Crazy thing that I was able to do that, and I feel like I'm about to pass out. I'm very tired. And you wonder why people don't respect you. Yeah, I'm the hype merchant, everybody. Anywho, somebody is saying that tomorrow is basically 100% confirmed in my Discord server. Let me just say, no, it is not. Do not say that shit. If you continue to say that shit, I will have you banned. It is not 100% confirmed. What is wrong with you? Anyways, I'm Tyler McVicker, the Passionate Gamer, your friendly neighborhood hype merchant, and I hope you're having a great night. It's been a very fun time in this community, and I'm very glad that I get to be a part of it, even if it is annoying to some people. I hope that you are having a great day, great life, a great year, a great month, whatever it is. And whether the announcement is in a week, a month, or a couple of months, I will be here ready to tell you the news as it's happening. Feel free to follow if you're having a good time. If you enjoyed this stream, I really appreciate it if you could follow, because that shit's free. And if you have a Twitch Prime, maybe consider throwing it my way. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace and hair grease. Adios.